Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order the Board of Education business meeting of June 21st, 2023. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll ask Mr. Rowe for a reiteration of the executive session motions.
We entered executive session for the purpose of discussing the employment history of a particular person.
Thank you. And by way of opening remarks, I'll just welcome everybody. I'm very excited to see our teacher, retirees, community members, incoming board members. So thank you all for coming tonight. And we'll get on with our recognition of everybody. 3.1 and 3.2 we'll do as a consent agenda, approval of the minutes from June 12th and June 7th. Do I have a motion?
So moved to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? No. 4.1 is retiree recognition.
Okay. And I'm going to move over to the microphone for this. Sorry. Bear with me. So, the 2020-23 school year certainly has continued to be unlike any other school year. While we finally felt the return to almost everything normal, we still had anomalies like massive smoke from Canadian wildfires that postponed what was supposed to be our chance to honor our district retirees. I expect we're maybe going to see flies or locusts next. I'm not sure, but I certainly hope not. Another anomaly, though, especially when you compare it to the rest of the education world out there right now following the pandemic years, is the particularly small class of employees retiring from our district this year. While most districts are seeing a mass exodus, Pelham has kept its staff largely intact and in place. Once people come to Pelham, they stay. And it's a wonderful gift and testament to the relationships that are formed within the walls of our schools. This year's short but incredibly distinguished list includes the following outstanding educators and support staff, a couple of whom are with us tonight. I'm just going to read the list first, and then we'll take a few moments to recognize each of them. So our retirees for this year include Amy Heese from the Business Office, Sally Tedesco, support staff in the Special Education Office, Kathleen Falvey, Library TA at Hutchinson School, Jose Pereira, Custodian and District Courier, David Moskowitz, Social Studies Department at Pelham Memorial High School, who is actually retiring and returning. So we're not honoring him tonight. We'll be honoring him a year from now. But we wish him well as well anyways. And Mr. Bob Lever, also from the Science Department at Pelham Memorial High School. We have been truly blessed to have so many talented, committed, dedicated educators and support staff who have served generations of Pelham students. As these folks move on to the next chapter of their lives, we thank them for sharing so many years with the Pelham community and for influencing the next generation of students. Their influence on our lives will be a legacy that lasts far beyond their time in our schools. Unfortunately, most of our retirees are not able to be here tonight, but we do have the honor of, and they have been celebrated in other ways by their schools and departments. We do, however, have the fortunate honor to honor two of them tonight, two of these distinguished staff members. And we're going to begin, and I'm going to invite a colleague to join me in really doing the honors. I'm going to invite Dr. Tom Callahan to join me to do the honors of honoring our first retiree for this evening, Mr. Bob Lieber. And Bob will invite you to come on too, so you can be embarrassed while Tom speaks about you.
So I want to extend my congratulations to all the retirees this evening. And I have the pleasure to really speak to Bob as a member of the Science Department. So it is an honor to be here this evening to join our community in celebrating the remarkable career of Bob Lieber. Bob joined the science department of Pelham Memorial High School in 2003 as a chemistry teacher. Prior to his arrival here, Mr. Lieber worked at Cardozo High School in Bayside, Queens. Combining these positions, he has over 30 years of experience as a science educator. Sometimes late into the evening and even up to the beginning of board meetings like this one, Bob would be setting up labs for his classes. Those labs are known for being very well planned, perfectly constructed, and meticulously executed. He's a master of chem demos, and it is atypical to see him leave before 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening as he prepares for his next day of classes. In planning to honor Bob this evening, we asked students to say a few words about their experiences in Mr. Lieber's classroom. Almost everyone cited his engaging labs, and those responses were eclipsed only by references to 2 other things. One of them being his willingness to help everyone learn to love their environment and chemistry. But what was the top thing the students mentioned? Interestingly enough, it was also the #1 response from his colleagues. Actually, we surveyed the colleagues, and it was in 80% of his colleagues' responses. Like all good educators, for Bob, teaching is a thing of the heart. He knows effective teachers are entertainers and artists, and students learn best from people they know care about them. So during student birthdays or holidays, he would do something special. Instead of telling you about it, I'll just show you. So the Meatballs song was #1. This is the #1 thing that both students and teachers responded when I asked them about Mr. Lieber. And as I mentioned, in fact, over 80% of the staff mentioned the Meatball song when I asked them about this evening and one of the things that we should mention. In a way, Bob singing this song encapsulates his career. He shared his talent with his students to engage them and to teach them about science and music and the world around them. If you listen very carefully, you can hear how much Bob loves his job in that clip. And if you walk by his classroom as he teaches, you can hear the same thing. In addition to being a science teacher and a musician, Bob is an avid sailor. He enjoys sailing the Sound and experiencing the environment. he so passionately teaches his students about. As we celebrate your career this evening, and on behalf of our department and the entire school community, our wish for you is that clear skies and calm waters will greet you as you take to the seas a little more often. Please know how much you will be missed and how impactful you have been in the lives of countless students that have passed through your classes. It has been a pleasure sharing space in the high school annex with you, Mr. Lieber, and after what may be our last official late evening together, I'll repeat what seems like our weekly or sometimes even daily valediction. Have a good night, Bob. Thank you for your service and congratulations on making a real difference in people's lives.
I guess the only thing that I can really say is that I've really enjoyed the students here and enjoyed teaching them and enjoyed the relationships I've had. And, the thought that maybe a few less students leave school with a dread of chemistry, and that makes me feel like I did my job.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And our next honoree tonight is from the business office, and that is Miss Amy Heese. And I'm going to invite Miss Jim Rickey over to do the honors, and certainly invite Amy up to be honored.
No video, and I promise not to sing. That'll save it. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. You did it very well. So, again, congratulations to all the retirees, and it's certainly a pleasure to be here this evening to speak about Amy. And we're certainly still haven't come to the realization that at the end of July, she won't be with us in the department anymore. Just hopefully sending us texts and postcards and all sorts of great things about her future retirement. So just to kind of walk down memory lane, in 1998, Amy and her husband Brian moved to Pelham, and boy, did Pelham Manor and the Pelham Union Free School District hit the lottery in a big, big way. So that's just kind of when Amy started in Pelham, and let's just talk a little bit about Amy. Amy grew up all over the world as an Army brat. She lived in some pretty exotic places, Thailand, Brussels, Belgium, Watertown, New York, and settled in the exotic Fayetteville, North Carolina upon her father's retirement from the service. She attended high school in North Carolina and attended UNC Chapel Hill, where you may know some other great graduates such as Andy Griffith, Michael Jordan, and Amy Heese. After graduating from Chapel Hill, Amy earned her CPA and had a very successful career in public accounting with Price Waterhouse, at which point she met her husband Brian in Northern Virginia, and together they did very well. They lived in DC and London, and again, and in Philadelphia, and then they found their way here. And upon moving to Pelham, Amy and Brian really embedded themselves in the community. Some of the things that Amy found herself involved with are Huguenot Nursery School Parents Committee, Simonite PTA, Pelham Education Foundation, local church, PTAC as well. And I probably missed something, and then you'll let me know tomorrow. Please do. Other things we've learned as we work in the business office and we're a tight group, Amy is a fantastic baker. She loves gardening, loves travel. We love hearing about her traveling. And she bikes to work, or at least until recently, she would bike to work every day, and we were a little jealous of that. So again, just a little bit more about that. I've mentioned Brian, Amy's husband, who's also a Village of Pelham Manor volunteer firefighter and also very involved with the community. 2 sons who graduated from Pelham Memorial High School in 14 and 17. Older son Zach is a member of USA Senior National Team for rowing, which I'll say because Amy won't, but she's very proud of him, and I'm happy to say that for Amy and Brian. She has excellent taste in music, and I'm grateful for that because I don't have a speaker in my office, but Amy plays the music in hers, and I certainly appreciate listening to that. She's a dog mom. She's got a huge dog named Nitro who's got a lot of energy, and you probably see Amy and Brian exercising Nitro to try to calm him down, and we're begging her to bring him in to say hello, but I don't think that's going to happen. Now let's talk about Amy's work, and I've done this before, kind of the business office by the numbers and Amy's work by the numbers. So bank reconciliations in Amy's 10 years, let's say 2,900 bank reconciliations, payroll reviews, 240 payroll reviews. As we look at Board of Education resolutions and board docs, I'm going to say 800. I've got 2 question marks after that because I think it's higher than that. When we were going through the budget votes and the pandemic, and we had to do write-in ballots and everything else, we can thank Amy for being the backbone and making sure that the integrity of that was upheld and that we followed all the rules and we did everything properly. And it took time, but we knew it was done right, and we had a high degree of confidence that everything was being done well. Amy deals with our retiree benefits for 200-plus retirees. She deals with our active employee benefits coordination, our child nutrition program, non-resident tuition billings. At one time, Amy helped with our civil service duties and untangling the wide web of civil service rules and regulations that seemed to change at a whim. And we were very grateful for that. Outside of her normal duties, she's worked on key projects like the Americans, the Health Care Act. The business office recently moved our offices to the house at 314 Pelhamdale, which I think was a preparation for her eventual move from Pelham. And it was a trial run, and everything was flawless, again, as far as the business office moving and our coordination and keeping us moving forward. She helps cost out with labor contracts, weekly updates with our board docs, and she acts as a payroll backup and a treasurer backup. Certainly, I think these are all things, I don't think there's really anything in the office that Amy hasn't touched in her 10 years. And once she's touched it, it's always better than when she first started, than when she took on the task. And certainly, we're going to miss that. Amy, we're mourning the loss of not having you in the office. We're certainly overwhelmed and excited for you and Brian for your new chapter. I really mean it. Send postcards. Please answer the phone if we have a question. Don't block us. Okay, after 2 weeks. We'll promise not to call you for 2 weeks anyway. And again, her tedious attention to detail, which is so important and helps us do our job. And if I've missed anything here tonight, I know I'm going to know about it tomorrow, which is a good thing. And it's never in a bad way. Again, it's just about making the office a better place. And when someone comes, you work with a lot of different people, and certainly I've been very fortunate in my time here and working in the business office. We've really had great people. And Amy is one of those, a real all-star, and certainly we're going to miss the heck out of her. And again, have a great time in retirement. So thank you, Amy.
Hi, for Jim. I remember coming to events like this and going to the superintendent's conference days and seeing people that were being celebrated for spending 20, 25 years with the district. I remember thinking to myself, wow, how could they spend so much time in one place? And then last week I was realizing my oldest son started Sionoy in 2001. We're in 23, so I started volunteering shortly after he entered kindergarten, so I feel like I'm now one of them. And why? I think it's just because Pelham is such an amazing place to raise a family, and part of the reason is because of the schools. From the loyal school board that we have, to parent volunteers, the wonderful administrators, the staff, to the legends of community members that come out in droves to vote at the annual school budget. Everyone wants to preserve that notion of the strong Pelham schools, and it's just an amazing thing to watch. I've really been honored to work with some amazing colleagues like Pauline and former colleagues of ours that have left the business office, and it's just a wonderful place to work. And it's been nice to be appreciated for the things that you are able to contribute. I've been overwhelmed with some of the comments from some of the retirees that I've dealt with over the past 5 years. They've just been overwhelming me with well wishes for my retirement. It's just so sweet to hear and to realize that you have made an impact. So that's been lovely, and I can't go without saying how much I'm going to miss the business office. Jim, Jackie, John, Kathy, Allison, Judy, and Kaylin. They're all just so much fun and makes it such a pleasure to come to work, and we all have a great time. So keep going, everybody, and it's a wonderful place. So it's been an honor. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're ready to transition to the next step. So we also have a couple, if our employee retirees are welcome to go on and celebrate this evening if you'd like. If you'd like, we have a couple other retirees from the Board of Education that we would like to honor now too. So welcome to stay for that or to go enjoy. So we've got a number of different things here. I'll kick things off, but we're really tonight also excited, sad, but excited to honor two Board of Education trustees who are closing out their 6th years on the Board of Education, and that's Sue Childs and Jessica DiDomenico. I had the pleasure of meeting them before I actually worked here in Pelham, because they had just been elected to the board when I was being in the process of being hired and selected to be to be the superintendent. So they have been part of my Pelham journey from the beginning. And so that's very bittersweet now. I'm thrilled for them. I'm thrilled for their families to get them back. But could not be more appreciative for these two incredible, I consider them sisters, that have been with me through the last 6 years of what have been pretty crazy times. I kept waiting for the regular year, the normal, the quiet year. I think we had a half a year in there, it slipped in between pandemics and bond projects. But I just could not have hoped for better supports and people to be by my side, to learn the job, to come into such a great community with such high expectations and be able to come and to get to know the community and to deliver on that. So just for myself, and I know we're going to open it up for others to talk, but I would just say, Sue, thank you, really just your strategic leadership. You always made me a better leader. I appreciated everything that you've always brought to our relationship, your clarity of thought. My husband and I always go home and we always say, don't mess with Sue Childs. And I mean that with the deepest respect from the bottom of my heart. You just bring such a humanness to the work, but you're so clear on the work. And that clarity, I think, has really been critical and something I will miss. But as everybody reminded me, I still have your cell phone number, so it will not be a stranger. But I do wish you all the best, you and your family, and I'm excited for them to be here tonight to enjoy. And I think we'll go down the Sue Childs route, and then we'll go down the Jessica DiDomenico, because we have a couple other things tonight. So, Sue, for you, on behalf of the Westchester Putnam School Boards Association, Sue Childs is honored. The school boards are honored to recognize Sue Childs, whose support of public education, commitment to educational excellence, and dedicated leadership has enhanced the quality of education for all students in the district. So that's on behalf of the school boards. And then on behalf of the board, I have the honor of, Michael and I arm wrestled for this, he let me do it. The honor of reading for the record a resolution on behalf of the Board of Education for Ms. Sue Childs. So we entered into the official record of the district, and a copy presented to Sue and one for Jessica as well. So resolution, whereas the Pelham Board of Education recognizes Ms. Sue Childs, Board of Education trustee from 2017 to 2023, president 2018 to 2019, and vice president 2019 to 2022, for her 2 years of service to the Board of Education, including 1 year as president and 3 as vice president. And whereas Ms. Child was elected to the board in 2017 and immediately pressed into action, helping to welcome a new superintendent and develop the 2018 capital improvement bond proposal, which was overwhelmingly approved by the community. And whereas just after 1 year as a trustee, Ms. Childs was elected president, helping to guide the strategic planning process through community engagement and involvement of all stakeholders, as well as beginning implementation of the capital improvement bond. And whereas Ms. Child continued to serve in board leadership for 3 more years as vice president, during which time her leadership and collaborative skills were on full display as the district sought to implement the strategic plan, manage construction projects, navigate a changing financial landscape, and persevere through the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Ms. Child served and chaired numerous board committees, including the Advocacy and Community Engagement, Athletic Facilities Master Planning, Facilities Use, Strategic Planning, Policy Monitoring and Governance, Finance, and Bond Steering. And whereas Ms. Child's passion for the Pelham Public Schools, of which she is an alum, was demonstrated when she delivered moving remarks during the celebration of the Pelham Memorial High School's centennial. And whereas Ms. Child's service to the board has coincided with remarkable growth in the educational program, including tremendous strides in the strategic plan areas of authentic learning, cultural competence, and the whole child. Be it therefore resolved that the Pelham Board of Education, on behalf of its students, administrators, teachers, and Pelham residents, hereby expresses its gratitude to Ms. Childs. And although her professionalism, problem-solving mindset, steadiness, and leadership will be deeply missed, the board would like to thank Ms. Childs for her years of service and wish her the absolute best in her next chapter. So I think I will bring a few things over that are largely on behalf of the board and myself. And then I think maybe we'll give some folks at the table an opportunity to share any comments they would like and for Sue to speak. So open it up to the board.
Well, Sue, thank you. We've had a wonderful 2 years, constructive, and it's a big deal to run for 2 terms and commit yourself for 6 years, not only to be a board member but also to be a leader on a board. It's sometimes it's herding cats. It's very difficult to get everyone on the same page. So, just thank you for that commitment. It's really important.
There's a bell from the district in there. It's a sweater.
So grateful you didn't make me stand.
While you put the bottles of wine under your desk, I'll just say that I've been doing this just really for less than a year, coming up to my first year as a very vanilla board member. I'm not the chair of any committees. I've only been doing it a year, and I always already feel like I'm sort of, it's a lot. So to have done this for 6 years? 6 years, to have chaired so many committees, to have been president, vice president. I mean, I just think, I hope people appreciate just the volume of time and mental energy that takes. And, I'll echo what Dr. Champ said earlier, which is, whenever I've worked with Sue, the one thing you always get is clarity of thought. And that's incredibly helpful, and I've learned a lot. So thank you for your service, and enjoy your retirement.
So Sue, we haven't worked in many committees or at all, and like Will, I'm a new board member. I totally agree with Dr. Champ. Don't mess with Sue. But I do mean that in the best way, because every time something comes your way, you have such a fortitude to deep dig in and really get to an answer. And I really appreciate that as you see many points. And I really enjoy it every time I've gone to you and said, here's where I'm stand in a particular issue, and you're able to give me some history and some background. Gonna miss that. So thank you for that. Thank you for your 6 years on the board. It is hard work, and I hope that it is very much recognized, especially at least by the first year newbies over here. So thank you.
I'll go. So, yeah, thank you for your years of service, and especially through COVID. Much appreciated. And I thank you for making it a priority to teach us new board members the ropes this year. It's much appreciated. And, we'll miss you. And I think moving forward, I'd love to hear about your footloose and carefree Wednesday nights. I look forward to hearing about it. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Your dedication and love for the Pelham community really shines through. I think you'll certainly have a lasting legacy with the bond project and the Hutchinson School, something that you can always be proud of your part in. Thank you.
I'll just say thank you all so much. As I think Amy said, it's been an honor to serve. I am a grad of the Pelham Schools, so super proud of this district. It's always been strong, and it's just continues to get better and better every year. I saw it with my own kids, and now watching nieces and nephews and many Domenicos going through the schools. It's something for all of us to be proud of. So it's an amazing resource, and thank you all for your kind words. I really appreciate it. And I'll miss you as well, too. It's going to be a little bit strange, but looking forward to it. So thank you.
And Jessica. I had my big sister and my little sister, which is comfortable for me because that's what I actually have in real life. Jessica, you had so many days that I felt like your counseling background came into good use for my own personal benefit. So I so appreciated just how you always had a way of really taking everything in stride, listening to so many perspectives, processing it through, taking the time to talk it through, and to really reframe things in a positive way. To go through leading side by side during COVID with somebody who was so steady and so just unmoved by the ups and downs of life, who was also raising 4 boys at the same time, which was just crazy. But to be able to weather that storm with such steadiness, it helped keep me grounded. It helped just to remind me that none of us are alone in it. And you always listened to people, you always took in all perspectives, and you tried to really center people on what's most important. And it was really hard to remember that a lot during those crazy times, but you always did it, and you always brought us back to that center. So that counseling background, just your thoughtfulness and your care just came through in everything you did. So I just so appreciated working with you. I wish we didn't have to go through a pandemic, but if we had to go through it, there's no one I would have rather done it with than you. So thank you for having my back. Thank you for supporting, guiding, leading, and everything that you've contributed to this district that will live long beyond your service. So let me read some nice words about you as well. And again, a certificate from the Westchester Putnam School Boards Association recognizing Jessica B. Domenico, whose support of public education, commitment to educational excellence, and dedicated leadership has enhanced the quality of instruction for all the students of the district. And again, a resolution on behalf of the Board of Education. Whereas the Pelham Board of Education recognizes Mrs. Jessica B. Domenico, Board of Education Trustee 2017 to 2023, President 2019 to 2022, Vice President 2018 to 2019, for her 2 terms of service to the Board of Education, including 4 years in leadership. And whereas Ms. Domenico was elected to the board during a dynamic time of significant transition for the district, with a new superintendent on the precipice of a major capital bond campaign and the launch of a new strategic plan. And whereas Ms. Domenico quickly demonstrated her deep knowledge of education as the board considered and ultimately adopted the 2018 capital bond proposal that made vast improvements, including construction of a new Hutchinson School, an addition at Prospect School, a new synthetic turf at the Glover Complex, and creation of new classrooms at PMHS. And whereas Ms. Domenico stepped forward into board leadership in 2018 as vice president and served as president from 2019 to 2022, overseeing the implementation of the capital improvement bond and development of the district's strategic plan focused on authentic learning, the whole child, and cultural competence. And whereas Ms. DiDomenico, as president, throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, which upended public education, provided steady and compassionate stewardship and leadership, demonstrating balanced concern for parents, teachers, and students, and helped the district return to normal operations. And whereas Ms. DiDomenico served on and chaired numerous committees, including curriculum, authentic learning committees, Policy Monitoring and Governance Committee, the Audit Committee, the Advocacy and Community Engagement Committee, on which she spearheaded the Let's Talk Community Engagement Series. And whereas Ms. DiDomenico's efforts were instrumental in maintaining and strengthening the Pelham Public Schools' focus on inspiring a standard of excellence for all students. Be it therefore resolved that the Pelham Board of Education, on behalf of the students, administrators, teachers, and Pelham residents, hereby expresses its gratitude to Ms. DiDomenico. And although the board, administration, and Pelham students will deeply miss her educational expertise, leadership, and devotion to the Pelham Public Schools, we would like to wish Ms. DiDomenico all the best, knowing that she will continue to serve the Pelham community for many years to come. Thank you, Jessica.
Got it?
Gonna need like a van to take all this. I walked here too.
While you're getting your deliveries, I'm happy to kick off. When I think back to what Pelham looked like when we first started, so much has happened in the 6 years that we happened to be on this board together, and I echo what Dr. Champ said. If I had to go through the last 6 years with anyone, it would absolutely be you that I would choose. So I think we met when we were running, right? And have spent countless hours, in the work of the Board of Ed, and I just, again, echoing Dr. Champ, really appreciate your calmness, your background, your expertise in school districts, your willingness to listen, your even hand, your willingness to step up to the president role, and do it so well and so faithfully for so many years. So thank you for that. You're an amazing partner, an amazing board member, and yeah, we'll see what's next, right? More to come.
Yeah, similar accolades for Sue, Jessica, just the commitment of 6 years, and particularly you were president during some of the most tumultuous years. I just think of, heavy is the head who wears the crown, Again, it's not easy, being a leader and being the one who takes the arrows, because that's part of the duties of leadership. So thank you for doing that and enduring, and the impact you've had.
Thank you. Congratulations on your board retirement. Thank you for your service and for, you've certainly made a lasting impact on the district. Thank you for your leadership during COVID. And again, thank you for teaching us this year. This is, this was a learning year for us new board members. I appreciate you helping us through it, and enjoy your next chapter on Wednesday nights. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's been a pleasure working with you for the last year. And if I had to characterize what it's been like to work with you, I certainly admire your boundless energy, incredible resources of energy, both, in the good times and bad. Depth of knowledge. There's very little that you don't know about the workings of the district. Your care for the district is palpable. And all these things obviously were especially true during COVID. And the district has done many important, wonderful things under your leadership, and you will drive past them every day, and you should feel good about that. And you also have a wonderful family. Cole, I see you, bro. And enjoy your Wednesday evenings.
Jessica, so I met you a long time ago when you were first running, and I was, I guess, a new family who had just moved in. So thank you for your 6 years. Seems like yesterday. I hope to continue to see you during board coffees. I hope you show up, just like you've done for the last 6 years. I know it's high expectations, but every time I attended those before I was at the board, it was always good to see the same face. And in 6 years, I don't know how people will react if you're not there anymore. So hope you could take some time and just browse on by J Cafe on those days. Thank you.
Yes, Thank you so much for your service and dedication and leadership through difficult times. And I don't think I quite understood until this year. Someone had told me, you know, Jessica spends like 20 to 40 hours a week sometimes. And I get it now. It's a big commitment and contribution to the school district. You know, you certainly have a legacy that we'll see in the Hutchinson School. I know on our facilities tours, sometimes I notice all the plaques, and that plaque with you as board president will be there, you know, for many years to come. Thank you, and I'm so happy for you as you are, you know, moving into your next stage as a successful businesswoman and entrepreneur and a real role model. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't want to rehash the highlights of the last 6 years, but certainly it's been a reflective time for me because so much does happen in 6 years. My youngest, who's sitting back there so quietly, was a year old when I was elected to the school board, and he's now 7. So it puts it into perspective. The other 3 have grown too. But it's been a long chapter, a positive chapter in my life. And I think one of the realizations that a lot of new board members have is, you know, a lot of people, I came from education, but a lot of people come from the business world. And in the business world, things happen a lot faster. I learned the painful way from working in schools and now being on the board that change happens very slowly in the school system. But I think the last 6 years have shown that with patience, collaboration, an open mind, a willingness to accept the pivots and turns, the tacks that fall in the road before you, that in fact a lot can be accomplished and a lot of change can indeed happen. Another thing that I hear so often, everybody comes up to me and they say, I just want to thank you. It's such a thankless job. And it's, you know, one of the reasons why this volunteer position above all the others I've been involved in our town has been the most rewarding is because it was never about the thanks or about me. You know, it's about really a lasting impact that I could make on our schools and in particular on our students. And so, you know, I'm really grateful for this opportunity that I've had to tend to our schools for the last 6 years and all the incredible teachers and staff and administrators who work tirelessly for our students every single day in the name of what's best for students. It's been a real honor getting to work side by side with you, having the opportunity to hire our superintendent, hire so many amazing administrators and get to know them and work with them. It's been truly amazing. So I'm also very grateful for Sue Childs. We did meet in the new member orientation. It's this weird time when you're about to run for school board where you really don't know who's going to be running. And we bumped into each other at Pleasantville High School, and it was that aha moment that, like, okay, we're sort of in this together. We're sort of against each other because we're running in this election. But I was so relieved when we were the two who won, because it's been a real treat to get to work with you, get to know you, become friends, and you know, the forceful leadership team that we were for many years, I'm really grateful for. So yeah, I mean, it's a thankless job, but the thanks should go to all of the wonderful people who are here every day working with our students. I also really want to thank the community, because our community is so supportive of our schools, and I don't want to take that for granted. I know Amy mentioned, you know, all those who pour into the middle school to vote for our budget and whatnot, but you know, I think we're really fortunate to live in a community where the community really cares so deeply about its students. And last but not least, I do want to thank my family. There's been a lot of babysitters, a lot of missed dinners, a lot of board meetings that went way past bedtime for these reasons and so many more reasons. I know it's not always easy being the spouse or child of a board member, but I want to thank you for all the love and patience, and I hope that I was able to make you proud.
Yeah, and we'll accept if anybody has any public comment or would like to say anything about any of the retirees or.
Is Mr. Lieber still here? Or did he leave? Okay. I was going to give him a shout out, but I couldn't see.
Going once. I feel like there's something going on back there. Ah.
I can't really speak on behalf of all the administrators anymore, but I was the president of the administrators union during the pandemic. And there were, I got to see a lot of the behind the scenes working of the board during that time. And Sue and Jess, I'm going to pause because this is way more important. I don't know if I can beat that, but I think the public sees a lot of the work that you do during those very, very difficult times, and certainly everybody has an opinion on how we should open schools and when we should close them and what we should do with masks and barriers and things like that. And it was your job to actually work with Cheryl to make those very, very difficult decisions. And, people remember that there were even union contracts that were up during the same time as we were dealing with the pandemic, and we were just coming off the bond. And I know that, during some of the most tumultuous times, we had very, very difficult discussions that we had to make our way through. And the two of you did it with poise, professionalism, respect, and you never held a grudge no matter how difficult things got and where we were on certain sides of issues. So I just want to, on behalf of my team that I worked with during that time, but I think on behalf of all the administrators, that difficult work, and to do it really for free because you love what you do and you care about how that pays off for all of our kids is really exceptional. And I just wanted to, if not from all of the administrators, certainly from me, thank you both. You will be sorely missed, and we have plenty of volunteer opportunities in math and science that you can feel happy to be a part of in your retirement. So thank you both very much for all of the work that you did. So thank you.
Okay, maybe we'll pause if people want to.
And maybe can we get a picture too with Sue and Jess and me? Yeah, we'll maybe take a 5-minute pause for pictures if anybody wants it. If families want to come up, we'll do that, and then we'll move on with business. Thank you.
Exactly. Send it all home.
Okay, we're going to move forward with the meeting. Congratulations again to everybody. We'll move forward, public comment. So if anybody has a public comment, you can come to the microphone, state your name and address.
Hello. Oh, I'm down here. All right, thank you. Hi, I'm Rachel Robertson from 517 Manor Ridge Road. Thank you for having me. It was fun to see all of the retirement joy. I just wanted to formally submit a letter, so I'll read it to you, to the attention of the Pelham Board of Education. Please accept this letter as a request to hire teachers' assistants and/or student teachers for any larger classes in the lower grades. The teacher's contract currently states that kindergarten can have a maximum class size of 23 students, and first through fifth grades can have maximum of 28. The board currently recommends, kind of beyond that, kindergarten through second grade having a maximum of 23 students. In September of 2022, the governor of New York signed legislation to move the maximum class size for New York City public schools, I guess that's her domain, to the following guidelines by 2028, which would be kindergarten through third grade having a class maximum size of 20 students. The Boston's Teachers Union class size is no more than 20 students with a single teacher at any grade level. Here in Pelham, we have our district strategic plan that briefly considers this by stating that most students need some type of support in order to be the best learner, thinker he, she can be. Mentors, coaches, counselors, nurses, advisors, and classroom assistants all provide levels of support for learners and families. Are there facets of our support systems for students that need to be strengthened? Over the summer months, I'm sure the board will review and work with each school to make decisions regarding class sizes, depending on final enrollment numbers. Kindly consider the addition of teachers' aides and/or student teachers for any and all kindergarten and first grade classes in the district that have greater than 20 students. The city and state are moving towards smaller class sizes. Our district should start the process of staffing with support where additional classes cannot be created. The Board of Ed in New Rochelle is currently in the process of addressing this matter for all grades because the ratios vary from school to school. However, currently their kindergarten classes are assigned an aide for a portion of the day. This is especially an issue at Siwanoy Elementary School, where space is limited and the student-teacher ratio as of 2021 school year is the highest of the 4 elementary schools in the district. I have a little chart. With general support and instruction items increased in the recently passed budget, this seems like an attainable goal. Thank you for your review of this information and consideration of the recommendation. I have some parents that signed off on this as well, and I have 2 letters in the same vein, but slightly different, that I'd like to submit for 2 other moms, one in the Hutchinson district named Dana Avellino, and another Siwanoy mom, Janice Ilkowitz. So who wants the paperwork?
Pauline, you could give them to our district clerk.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
And she can send copies.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to say anything about any strategies that we're using or?
Really similar strategies that we've talked about in the past. We're monitoring the class sizes, and you're right, we do have different lower class sizes than the teacher's contract. So we're monitoring that, fluctuating on a daily basis, but strategies, as you mentioned, are ones that we often do employ when class sizes are large. So keeping an eye on it for sure. Thank you for your patience.
And we're actively trying to hire interns, right?
Correct. Yep.
And we maybe had some good news about that, or too soon to say?
Probably too soon to say. I know that Dr. Garcia has been working.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Hello, Christophe Choulet, 1364 Manor Circle. Hello, board. Congratulations to the exiting board members. At the end of the year, feel like summer, all the kids are finals. So I decided to give you a final test. Too. Focus. Becky/Trevor identifies as gender fluid. White, low income, asexual, pan-romantic, and uses Z, Z-I, their, Z-I-R, and theirs, Z-I-R-S, pronouns. Z, Z-I-E, changes their's name on the daily, depending on their presentation for the day. Becky/Trevor has told their counselor that Z wants people to recognize their identities by using their pronouns, their name on any given day, and Z, Z-I, hates being called white trash. Becky/Trevor has also spoken to the school during assemblies to educate others on asexuality. In the hallway, someone in passing calls their confused white sexless trash. This is an actual material that was distributed in 10th grade last month in class. I mean, it's interesting, I think, general, culturally speaking, because people use pronouns all the time, and I had no clue. I mean, English is not my native language, but I had no clue that the word their existed. Or actually, I don't even know what pan-romantic means. So I think it's interesting. And as a logical exercise, it's interesting also, right? I took German. It's pretty complex. You have to play with your mind, put the verbs at the end of the sentence, love grammar. In that case, you have to memorize basically the gender and adapt your language to the pronouns on for a person who decides to change its identity for the day. I mean, it's a crazy mental exercise. It's so actually difficult that a movie star or actress, Demi Lovato, last week announced that she will stop using the pronouns they, them, because it was absolutely exhausting. Anyway, but it could be an interesting debate also, right? It could be a tool, that exercise, to have healthy rhetoric conversations and healthy debates. Although I don't understand how kids who are 16 or 15 can talk about sex when the sexual legal age is 18. I mean, to me, I don't really get it. How many sexual experiences did you have at 16? How many men, women? How many, I don't know, orgies have you done in Ibiza? I mean, I don't know. How do you, feels like somebody knowing nothing about mechanics talking to a mechanic. But anyway, so the debate could be interesting. But when courageous students dare to engage in debate and point that there could be, that it was ridiculous, for example, to force people to adapt their language to a person who changes its own identity for the day, apparently they were reprimanded by the teacher, and their comments were called inaccurate, oppressive, and restrictive. So I'm not speaking for my daughter, who hasn't taken that class yet. She just graduated from 10th grade, but I know 10th graders have. And I know a lot of children were a bit traumatized by that class. So I want to speak for the kids, I want to speak for the parents who may not know. My first question is this material part of the New York State education class? Is that part of the curriculum? I don't know, is that on the SATs? I have no clue. If yes, I'd love to have a copy of all of it, and I'm sure a lot of parents would. If no, what does that mean? Second question, does the BOE support this? Dr. Champ, the BOE, I think you guys should issue a public statement to make the kids feel at ease, because maybe you don't. Or maybe, I feel like the kids need to have adults it's tough for them to voice their concern. Their concern is pretty intimidating when you have a teacher who uses its own authority to put you down. When you're 16-year-old and you plan to go to college, and you may feel that the entire administration is actually pushing this on the kids, right? And last, I can speak for hours, right? I think it's also not very nice for kids who may have different religions, Muslim kids, Orthodox Jews, Orthodox Catholics, Orthodox Greek. I think we should be more open to debate, and I don't think it's appropriate. So only to let you know, on behalf of the 10th graders and 9th grader, and God knows who took this class also. Have a wonderful summer.
Thank you. And we were discussing that we're going to review the state standards for the health class.
Correct, yep. Yep. When our new assistant director of health, PE, and physical education comes on board in July 1, we'll definitely be taking a look at that.
And if any student felt harassed or bullied, what would be the right thing for them to do?
By all means, speak to their school counselor, speak to the administrator, the DASA coordinator. There's lots of different, the teacher as well. If they weren't comfortable with the teacher, then by all means, any of those other resources.
And I know like our policies on DASA and sexual harassment and all that, there's whistleblower protection. So if you report
Absolutely.
something, there's no retaliation.
Correct.
That would be totally not allowed.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name's Ann Sherman. I live at 998 Prospect Avenue, and I have kids at Prospect Hill. I am here to speak about the same issue you just heard about from Rachel, but I just wanted to pause and sort of ground us at where we are in this conversation for folks who might be listening, but also for those of you who I haven't talked to about this yet, and thanks to all of you who have talked to me about this so far. There are a number of parents who are very concerned about the incoming kindergarten class size. There was a letter sent by 80 Prospect Hill parents to the board and to Dr. Champ at the beginning of May. Siwanoy and Colonial have organized their own comments, and I am here to reiterate a number of the things that have already been said, and we appreciate the engagement of everybody on these important issues. To reiterate, we know we have a big incoming kindergarten class. We know there have been big kindergarten classes in the past, but this one's looking particularly large. And in looking at it and looking at Pelham's practices, I think all of us who had really young kids were surprised to find that Pelham is comfortable with the class sizes that it's comfortable with in kindergarten, and the fact that it's okay for us to have one teacher in practice in some of those rooms, that we could have 23 kindergarten kids and one teacher in those rooms. It's, I think, fair to say that's somewhat out of line with the research on early childhood education and out of line with a lot of the principles that we have for dedicating resources at that age. It's also really out of line with the market, and not to say it like it's a business, but I think like when you look at other districts, you look at other communities, Rachel just talked about what's happening in New York City. 23 kids with one teacher in kindergarten is not at all standard in districts like Pelham, and so we were surprised to hear that's what we're working with. We very much heard what Dr. Champ just said, which is that we're sort of using the wait and see approach to see what happens with numbers. And we get that, but I think it's what's frustrating about that, and I have a daughter who's finishing her first grade year and headed into second grade at Prospect Hill, who has had 2 absolutely amazing years and had her own challenging kindergarten class. I think that the problem with the wait and see approach, at least as I've seen it play out, is that what it does is it puts an incredible onus on the miracles that our elementary schools perform. So what it does is it says, here's a part-time sub, here's sort of part of an aide, here Dr. DeSoy, who's one of the best school counselors I've ever seen, like be in 6 classrooms at the same time to help kids learn how to stand in line. it feels like a really unfair allocation of resources when it really feels like we could do better for these classes. So just to say, we understand that that's the way that the district has approached this and is asking us to approach this, but we're here to ask that we don't just wait and see, and that we start to look forward and do some pre-planning if possible. And I think there's two specific asks. One is that we take a step back and we do really look at this policy that says that 23 kids is acceptable. I am also a daughter of educators, so to Jessica's earlier point of understanding the need for patience of how we change things on a broader level, I understand we're not going to change class sizes across the district by the fall, and so we're here to help navigate that on the longer run. But given that in the short term, I think we really need to look at what it means for these kindergarten classes. And with all due respect, interns are not teaching assistants, and I know that we've had challenges in the past with hiring interns, so we're really asking the district to find resources and allocate them to these kindergarten classes that look like they're going to be extraordinarily large, so that we can support the teachers and support the counselors and support the principals and mainly support the kids. So thank you all very much for your time, and we look forward to seeing how the numbers go.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name's Ariel Catalano. I'm at 1054 Clay Avenue. So, like I said, my name's Ariel. My husband and I have been living in Pelham for about 7 years. Spoiler alert, I'm talking about the same two things that the other two moms were talking about. And we're getting ready in September to send our oldest child to kindergarten at Prospect Hill. Admittedly, we are new to this process and just getting started to understand how to make positive change and impact. I grew up in Larchmont, and I went through the Mamaroneck School District. When my husband and I were deciding where to live, we chose Pelham for the smaller school size and the clear message that Pelham strives to achieve academic excellence. And after living here for 7 years, it's clear in many ways that we do. I'm here today to request that Pelham upholds the commitment to its community and decides to continue to be a leader in excellence versus trailing behind the new standard, and request that the Board of Education to approve reduced maximum class size for kindergarten classes for this upcoming school year. Like the other lady said, in September 2022, New York State Governor signed legislation to reduce maximum class sizes. Kindergarten through third grade is 20 students, or will be 20 students over the next several years. Fourth through eighth grade will be 23 students. Where we stand now, the Pelham Board of Education currently recommends that the maximum class size for kindergartners through second grade is 23 students. Third through fifth is 26. To my knowledge, thankfully, maybe one of the 4 elementary schools will have surpassed this number and be able to split to smaller classes and be 3 classes, which will be approximately 16 students, with another one hopefully maybe being on the cusp to split, but if not, then they will be at the cap of 23 students to 1 teacher. This leaves Prospect maybe 1 or 2 other of the schools, depending on what happens, with a class size of approximately 22 to 23 students per 1 teacher. That's 23 4 to 5-year-olds starting in September with 1 adult in the classroom. Schools like Yorktown, Ardsley, and Rye have a lower student-to-teacher ratio, or the requirement to have a teacher's aide, not an intern. This conversation has been going on for over 10 years. I found an article today from a Board of Education meeting back in March 2012 with the exact same conversation, with a request from a parent to lower the class sizes of kindergarten classes. I'm sure we all want to retain our reputation as one of the best school districts in Lower Westchester, and can hopefully agree that it is time for a change. It appears that New York City thinks so. I read the 5-year strategic plan put in place in 2019. There is nothing in the plan that addresses the need to reevaluate class sizes. Additionally, there is nothing in the 5-year strategic plan that focuses on how to ensure our youngest learners, kindergartners and first graders, are being set up for success. With a clear opportunity in the last 10 years to make a change and to be the leader in change and excellence, Pelham Board of Education has failed our youngest learners by clearly overlooking the opportunity to make a change that has been needed for a long time. The teachers' union contract expires at the end of the 2023-2024 school year. I strongly encourage parents of young kids to reach out to our president of the Pelham's Teacher Association, Mark Finnegan, and speak with him about the change we have been wanting for many years and how we can help work with our teachers to make this happen. I will end with 2 requests. First, ensure that no Pelham District kindergarten students are treated unfairly and forced to be in a 23-to-1 student-teacher ratio, while their peers can potentially be in a 16-to-1 teacher ratio. We all pay the same taxes, and quite honestly, why we all moved to Pelham, and all kids should have the same opportunity to learn in the best environment. Furthermore, the teachers are at a disadvantage as they are on the same contract and some are managing a significantly larger class size. Lastly, please consider reducing the kindergarten classes to at least 20 students this fall, which would be following in the footsteps of New York City. Or dare I ask you to be so bold to set the new standard of excellence and reduce our class sizes to 18 students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Definitely something to continue to consider with our facilities plan, the financial aspect, the strategic planning process. And of course, we're going to be monitoring the enrollments. Usually update the board on enrollments on a weekly almost basis.
From this point out, we usually provide that weekly.
And I know you may not be ready to share, but you've been brainstorming, you have other ideas, so we have confidence in you to do the best we can for the kindergarten kids. I think we all want to get there. Okay.
All right, year-end report. So thank you all. Already been a lot of good stuff tonight. So I just want to briefly touch on the year-end report. This should look very similar to what we saw back in mid-year. So we kind of tried to parallel some of those same ideas anchored around the strategic plan and the SMART goals for this year. So you will remember back from the beginning of the year, our theme all the way through has been start with the why. So we want to end with the why tonight, remembering why we're here. And tonight's just conversation have all been a good reminder of why we're all in this from the start to finish, whether it's retirees from staff, retirees from board service, or focus on our youngest learners. We're all in this for the betterment of our kids, and believing that each one of them deserves to thrive and deserves the best. So that has been a great through line for us. I thank Dr. Garcia for kicking off that book study with the administrative team this year. And I think that was well chosen, and it's something that has served us well throughout. We spent a lot of time in the fall talking about our district vision and anchoring ourselves around what delivering on that looks like. So since we spent so much time in the fall, we're not going to spend a lot of time here tonight. But hopefully, as the rest of the year has continued from those conversations, the board and the community have seen those examples of excellence and authentic learning, especially as we moved into the second half of the year where there were so many culminating events, whether it's the wax museums or we saw some great podcasting at Prospect Hill the other day. The different physics activities that are going on in the halls of the school. There's just on and on. Different activities that really come to fruition as we approach the fall, for the spring. So I hope you had an opportunity to see those. I know I tried to share pictures with the board whenever I can. So the first part of the year, we spent a lot of time on Goal 1, and that was that redefining. So the second, I'm not going to spend time there tonight, but really wanted to provide more of an update on the strategic plan, so out of Goal 2, and those SMART goals that are aligned to that. Little bit of touch on Goal 1, though. As I mentioned, first bullet there was a lot of fall engagement. As we've continued on through the year, I just wanted to really highlight the work that's been done in the teaching and learning realm, overlapped with PPS realm as well. Having our newly restructured cabinet level has really, I think, increased our capacity in so many areas to put a clear focus on teaching, learning, development of human resources, and really dig in on the PPS side. So during this year, specific to increasing our capacity to deliver on that vision, we've put focus on professional development areas in Math and Focus, as I know that's big, and thank you to Jackie for serving as a liaison to our math committee this year. continuing to really double down on the professional development for teachers and get some good freshening up on our skills there as we tried to shift back out of pandemic teaching mode back into really what we believe are best practices for math instruction, continuing to deepen our work on the Teachers College Reading Writing Workshop, also supplementing that with resources in word study and making sure that we're attending to the science of reading as part of that. We've completed our Science 21 phase-in, so there was professional development this year on that. Dr. Callahan's gone, but he's spent a lot of effort working with the teachers on the required lab experiences that are new part of the Next Gen Standards assessments that were implemented with our students this year. We completed our 4th cohort of responsive classroom training, and now we're getting into, instead of having full cohorts, we're now at that point of filling in when we have new staff coming in or people who maybe were out on leave a year when their training came by. So now it's kind of just more the sustaining model, and we're excited to be at that point. We're even considering how do we move it to the next level of training, working with our consultant. Branching Minds, Dr. Bowman has been leading that work, and we've started the phased-in implementation there. I know the Authentic Learning Committee got to see a little bit of a taste of that at their last meeting. Some of the graphs that are now able to demonstrate to help our teachers identify those students and help tier their support and provide resources for them. We're going to continue to expand that in the coming year. This year, our focus has been on the observation process. We evaluate 2 main domains. It's the on-stage domains, are basically the things that you can see when you walk in the classroom. The instructional component, as well as the learning environment. So we focus specifically on 3B, C, and D, which of course my notes are on that slide and not in front of me, but student engagement, questioning, and discussion techniques, I believe, are the 3 key areas, which really are kind of some of your power moves in the classroom. How do we get that student-centered learning? Those are 3 of the biggest areas that we can get a lot of bang for our buck. So that's where, across the administrative team, that's where we've been focusing our work to continue to sharpen teacher practice. We were not able to do the walkthroughs as much as we had planned this year, but we did at the high school level within departments. We were able to do some intervisitation. That's something we're going to continue to come back to and try to expand, because that is really where we gain so much cross-pollination of ideas. I know Authentic Learning also got to see an update from the Tri-States. And that's something we may have some further discussions about. Tri-States process is something that's a really in-depth peer kind of critical friends process that we go through every few years, where educators from other peer districts come. We pick a question of practice, and they spend 3 days in district really digging deeply into seeing our practices and giving us some very useful feedback. I know Dr. Bowman and Ms. Holtz both went to training this year, so they got trained on that. We're hoping to, I'm probably stealing a little bit of her thunder, this year we had a wrap-up of the science visit from a couple years ago, right before the pandemic. So that was nice to kind of touch back on those things and see our progress, despite the pandemic, our progress in that area. We're hoping in the coming year to, I won't give away the topic, to have a next full visit come. So you'll be hearing more of that in the coming year from Dr. Bowman. IB reauthorization, of course, you heard a lot about that in the fall as well. We're just waiting to hear the final report on that, expecting to get that back by the fall. And I added on there the budget planning process. I think that's hopefully where the board got to see the culmination of some of these discussions coming to fruition into the resource allocation conversations. There we go. So our cultural competence, this is moving in now into the strategic plan, so goal 2. These are our, you should be very familiar with these action items by now. These have been our longstanding action items under cultural competence. Moving to the actual SMART goals of this year, by the mid-year, we had already reported on the first bullet of having a series of ENL open houses. So we've definitely, through the work of Miriam Gashi, have expanded our outreach to parents to help engage them, as we've had an increased number of English language learners, finding ways to engage their families more directly to support their child's education and partner. Also, progress since the mid-year, we did, as the board knows, we've contracted now with Core Collaborative for a climate survey. Dr. Garcia has been working with a core team of administrators to design that. That should be finalized by the end of this month and ready to launch in the fall. So we had a great conversation with them, I think it was last week, and talked about pushing the timeline a little bit earlier than what they had originally proposed. So our plan at this point is to roll that out. They said you don't want to do it in September because people are just coming back. You got to give them a minute to, to get into the school year. So we're talking about an October administration pushing them hopefully to clean data December-ish and be able to come to us and do a board presentation of that in January. That also, we talked with them about coming and working with the administrative team, unpacking those results first, and then the researcher coming to the board meeting and being able to present directly with the board. That'll enable us a couple things, to be able to put some action items in place before the end of next school year, which I think was all of our goal, is to be able to implement and do something to continue to support our teachers and our staff, not just our teachers, but it will be a survey to all staff. But that also will enable us to align likely with strategic planning. So we're excited, and they continue to be, we believe, a well-chosen partner with a very similar values and belief system that are a good fit for our district.
Will we actually get a chance to see the actual questions in the survey before it goes out?
I think so. I don't think that it's quite finalized yet, but yeah, there's still, I know that it's still there was still feedback loops going on, but we could certainly make that available.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to see it before.
Yeah. So moving into the Explore area, one of the areas, we got to work on our data collection. I will say that the buildings did a great job of trying to get students involved in activities. At the high school, what they've been doing is self-reporting, so surveying the students. So 66% of the high school students responded, and of those, approximately 50% were engaged in at least one extracurricular activity. And about, yes, it was about the same, about 50% of middle school students. I think we could probably do better if we did a little bit more systematized collection of data, because I believe we had more students than that actually engaged. So I think we can get those numbers up if we weren't counting on students as much to reply to the survey as if we were looking at rosters. So just a process question for next year.
Include athletics, extracurricular?
The high school number, I believe, does, but the middle school definitely does not. That was one of the pieces of data I was waiting for earlier today, and they gave a best guess, but they will be able to provide us tighter information, I think, but they just needed some more time given all the testing that was closing out the year. Cultural competence curriculum review, that is something we did not make quite the strides we had hoped on that this year. We do have one that was in development. We need to kind of bring that back out, run that through the administrative team, take a look at that, and revise it. And so we'll be putting together a plan to further those efforts in the coming year. Authentic learning, again, these are very familiar items to you by now that emanate from our 2019 strategic plan. So reinforcing implementation of core curriculum, implementing one-to-one learning devices, looking at how multiple forms of data can inform our teaching and learning, and exploring outdoor classrooms at all schools. And a continued list that really these are the items that turn much more into our SMART goals. So I'm going to move to those instead. So moving to our SMART goals, when we look at innovative problem solvers, critical creative thinkers, the goals that we set there had to do really with kind of the academic achievement and students accessing rigorous and meaningful academic opportunities. So K-12 students demonstrating grade level growth in ELA and mathematics. We did just close at the end of the school year, the last testing window for AimsWeb, and a variety of other tools was occurring. So Dr. Bowman will be putting together a brief report to the board on that presentation. I've asked her to come to our June retreat so she can share that information. Just takes, with all the closeout of the year, there isn't enough time to meaningfully put that together. But we'll be bringing that to you in July so you can get a sense of the growth from this year. It is good news. I will tip the hand on that. So don't panic. It is good news. Progress is going in the right direction. K-5 students demonstrating understanding of the Pelham inquiry cycle through STEAM Day. So we did have STEAM Day district-wide this year, and teachers actually had a rubric that they used to score projects, which I believe the rubric was a new piece this year. So we're going to be using culling all that and using that as the baseline year and looking for how can we continue to improve student practice around use of the inquiry cycle, STEAM Day. And Dr. Bowman will jump in if I miss anything here. Looking for an increased number of students, 7th and 8th graders, accessing our accelerated mathematics coursework. We've always had traditionally it was about 50-50, but I know these numbers are small. But you can see, actually, if you go back to the 2021 school year, we are already seeing growth in that area. So whereas it was about 58% in the 21-22 school year, we've moved up to, I think it's 68% in the current year. and forecasting 69%. Did I get those numbers correct?
In algebra?
In algebra.
Yeah, we're at 68.3.
That was bottom.
And we have 69.8 enrolled for the fall.
Okay.
Percent, that is.
Right. And you'll remember that Math 7 is our grade level. Math 7 is right on grade level. Math 7 Accelerated traditionally is our students then who are advancing, accelerating, preparing to go into algebra. But we've seen an increase in students going in Math 7 Accelerated and then also seeing Math 8 Acceleration. Anything you want to add there about opportunities for students to
Yeah.
kind of?
I think one of the things you have to remember is that students who accelerate in 7th or 8th grade and take algebra are on a pathway to be able to access calculus in college and AP level courses in mathematics by the time they're 17 or 18. So essentially the decision on what opportunities you have as an 18-year-old are sometimes made when you're 12. Clearly, cognitive development doesn't happen in a linear fashion, and I shudder to think that the 12-year-old version of myself would have been in a position to make such far-reaching decisions on my behalf. So one of the things that I think it's important to point out here is that giving more students the opportunity to accelerate earlier really broadens the horizon. It's more difficult to level up than it is to back down. And that's important to know because, we want to give as many students as we possibly can, as many opportunities, but we also want to make sure that we give full information so the right fit is provided to students and families when they're making these decisions. Important to note is that the 7th grade year is the year when we first start acceleration. So while we're very, very focused on what our algebra numbers are, and for good reason, because it's the first course that earns a child the high school credit, really the path down that trajectory begins as the kids are in the middle of 6th grade, right? Because that's when those decisions are made. So some of them are still losing baby teeth. Not so many, but some. And then also having decisions made about calculus at the same time.
So, but we're excited to see that, and again, I know that we're getting Regents results in and those sorts of things, and I think you're gonna see some good news as we continue to have more students accessing. We're also continuing to see some strong results.
Can I just say, I also think one of the things to point out is that this year we were fortunate enough to have on our staff an interventionist in math in the middle school. And I think the addition of that support has really provided opportunities for kids who might otherwise be struggling more to get that, small group instruction and really individualized targeted interventions that have prevented them from struggling and therefore also redistributed some of the resources of our teaching staff to more aptly give individualized instruction to the rest of the students.
You've also added the math lab in the 6th grade, correct? So, I mean, that's something, I know my older boys tease my 6th grader about it. Oh, I didn't have math lab. I said, everybody has math lab. But the goal was to kind of smooth the transition to, because 6th grade is still elementary school, to ensure that they have kind of more aligned number of hours of teaching math in 6th grade as they had in 5th grade.
Right, as an elementary model.
I didn't say that very clearly, but, just to help onboard them to middle school and position them to take on more accelerated options. And that's new this year, right? I think that was this year or last year?
I think it's been a couple of years now.
Okay.
I think it actually might have been in place before the pandemic. That might have been the first year. Just some other areas, and I also sent the board a document. It was our updated goals sheet where you've got the links to a lot of these. And that we included the links if you just want to take a look at what some of these rubrics look like. So again, in many cases, this is kind of our baseline year of either starting with a rubric or starting to collect. Maybe we had the rubric in place, but starting to figure out a way to put it into some kind of quantitative approach. So we this year tightened up and made sure that all secondary students demonstrated writing proficiency with assured writing experiences. It's different genres that they're required to experience across different courses, and that's mapped out at the secondary level. Similar thing with social studies skills and practices. They're woven in and articulated throughout the K-12 spectrum, and making sure that they're clearly articulated and clearly implemented with consistency. When we look, we talked about the accelerated coursework at the middle school. When you look at the high school, and we didn't break it down as much here, partially because it wouldn't fit on the slide, but also because it gets a lot more complicated. When you think about high school acceleration, then if our students are taking algebra in 8th grade, that means they're on the accelerated pathway. So any student taking geometry in 9th grade, whether it's Regents level or honors level, is accelerated. And then same thing carries through. Algebra 2 is the next year. Pre-calculus as a junior. And then we have the wealth of AP courses that are available for 11th and 12th graders. So when we looked at last school year, how many students were accessing those courses ahead of what their normal cohort grade level would be, it was 62%. This current year that's wrapping up is 67%. No.
This year.
Did I get my years wrong?
Yeah.
Okay,
This
so
year,
excuse me.
currently at 62%. We project
Forecasted
right
for
now.
next year.
Yeah.
My mistake is this was another last minute ad today. So yeah, current year, we have 62% of students accessing. Next year, scheduled for next year, we have 67%. And so if we go back to this slide, what did we have there? 69% algebra? We would expect
69,
that number then to climb as those students move into high school.
Right. And then there'll be a continuous,
Right.
like, the impact of that cohort will be continuous for the
Ongoing.
4 preceding years.
Right.
And you may not know this, does the forecasted for next year change, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, well, what? Does the forecasted number change during the year? Like, is that like, because kids might change classes, that kind of thing? Do we expect that to be similar?
It should be very, very similar, and the reason for that is because when you're in the high school, once you're accelerated,
Right.
you're accelerated. That's different from honors, right? Accelerated means you're taking it before your cohort is expected to take it based on New York State standards and how that guidelines go. So you could be getting the same exact curriculum as someone who's in the grade ahead of you, but a year earlier, so you're accelerated.
Mhm.
Once you're on that path, you're on that path.
Yeah, you're not going to change.
So you may level down from geometry honors to geometry regents, but you're still accelerated. Now you're just not in honors.
Yep. Thank you.
So accelerated is accounting for the fast track, not whether they're in honors
Correct.
versus
Mhm.
non-honors.
Right, so we would expect that number to hold at 69% next year.
Right, with the only exception
Potentially,
of, and I
depending on
apologize
input.
if I'm getting too much in the weeds, but the only exception with that is that this year data science is not something, this year that we're currently in, data science did not allow the kids to have college credit. Once we got into the 12th grade year, we considered anything accelerated as being AP or SUPA or college credit bearing. So that's the only exception, because in those circumstances, I think it's safe to say that you're not only accelerated, but you're also honors, like you can't have one without the other in those circumstances. But there are senior level math courses that don't accrue college credits that we didn't use because they don't fit the criteria really in the way that we were defining accelerated at that level, because you don't need to take math as a senior.
Okay, so moving into the Explore area, there's been a lot of tremendous work by the high school team under Dr. Thompson's leadership, preparing for the Seal of Civic Readiness. Really excited about this because I know civic engagement is something that is important to the board, it's important to the community, it's important to us as a school district. So that has been applied for. Mr. Berkowitz and Dr. Thompson applied for that on behalf of the school. It's going to be piloted in the fall in AP government classes as well as bridge government. And then the hopes is kind of lessons learned, test drive the model next year with the hopes of expanding that to all students at the high school being eligible to earn that Seal of Civic Readiness the following school year. Also, I know the middle school administrators very pleased with this. This was one of the more robust returns of the community project this year. We didn't go to the symposium this year, but that is planned for next year, which will be really exciting. But we got to see it. I know a lot of us got to stop in and see some great presentations. 100% of the students earned either a substantial or an excellent on that rubric. So that was tremendous. I don't know where do you go from 100%. So we're just really excited to see that work that they continue to do and hone, and the way that work actually impacts the school through student voice. Moving into some things that were a little bit more kind of college career focused. So 93%, a little over 93% of our students who are graduating will be attending college. So they go through preparation and graduate planning, post-graduation planning during their high school years. By fall of senior year, they've completed their application process, and by June, they've generally identified where they're going. We also have career-bound students, so maybe students who are not going to college, they're heading to careers, just under 7% of our students. So there was some new efforts and opportunities for them as well this year. There's a junior conference that's held with all students and parents. This year, we've expanded thanks to our partnership with the Civics. They do wonderful career panels for us. This year, we were able to offer a skilled trades fair, which was really well embraced and wonderful to bring folks in from the community to highlight those skilled trades that interest so many of our students. This year, we tried to make the pathway to BOCES vocational courses a little easier for kids. There was a lot of hoops before, and it was more of a, if you had to keep up with all the different application process, then maybe you got a chance to go. But I think by removing those barriers and making those courses more accessible, we're starting to shift the culture there and see those as more of a viable option. So we currently had 16 students attending this year. We had 26 applying for next year. So we think that was success in removing those barriers and making it more accessible for our students. Quickly moving on, authentic learning. We're always looking for ways to explore and expand in the arts. So this is just a sampling of some of the things that were either restored or added this year. Really excited to see our students continue to blossom and flourish in these areas that really parallel their work in the classroom, but also go so far above and beyond.
These items are not exhaustive.
No.
I hadn't asked at the beginning of the year to keep an ongoing record, and so it was kind of an opportunity to reflect on the year for both Devin Fallon and Andrew Van Bakov, but asking someone to remember everything you've done in the past 10 months is a bit of a trick. So there are more, and I have text messages, oh wait, I thought of this, I thought of that, which we had already gone to press, so.
But we continue to just be blessed with incredible arts, fine and performing arts departments. Finally, moving to whole child, again, these were the items that were in that goal area through the plan, with a big focus on MTSS. I think our first bullet is a duplicate, so I apologize for that. Second bullet there, and this was an important one we talk about transition planning. Ms. Holt continues to work with her department, has reminded us our special education students actually start transition, which is a lot of career and post-college or post-high school planning as young as 7th grade. I think it's really important, especially as meeting the needs of our special education students. So just wanted to highlight that. It's a requirement, but it's something that we're very committed to in addition to it being a requirement. And the board probably knows as well, Pelham, one of the above and beyond the state required requirements from the Board of Education of Pelham Public Schools is that all of our students complete 40 hours of community service in order to be eligible to graduate. So 100% of our graduating seniors met that requirement this year. So we're very proud of them for that. We're looking for ways in the future to even continue to strengthen the reflectiveness of that so we continue to increase the meaningfulness. Again, just moving finally into the Explore area, Branching Minds continues to be rolled out, and we're going to continue to expand that. Dr. Bowman is also contracted to bring on DataViz, which is a data visualization tool, which the name would imply, that will pull straight from Infinite Campus. So we're looking forward to getting that more on board as we head into the fall.
Yep, we've already signed the PO, we're just waiting on, I guess you call it install and training.
Okay, so we'll be rolling that out next year. And finally, Ms. Holtz has led some work to begin our SEL benchmark gap analysis. We have to first understand what we're doing and how we're doing it and where some gaps may be. And in the coming year, we'll be looking at how do we then fill those gaps to continue to support students consistently across the K-12 spectrum. And of course, I had to end with the board's goals since you all did some wonderful work. We did Jim's office and all of us together working to put forward a budget to the community that reflected our values and our strategic plan Thank you to the community for passing that budget by 71%, which includes the $2 million in capital improvements projects, which we're looking forward to getting those up and running. We are also anticipating closing out our bond work by July 1st. And again, looking forward to the building condition survey to be launched next year as well. And again, we'll be pushing to try to get that by early spring to help inform our strategic planning work. And that brings us to the end of the update.
And that's the new Julian's Playground.
That is the new
It
Julian's
is.
Playground. I'm glad you recognize that. Yes. All right.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to say, thank you to the administrative team. I remember sitting in Hutchinson PD Center in July of last year. I think Alice wasn't technically on board yet, but she was there. Tracy had just been here for like 5 minutes. And I remember the 5 of us getting to spend the day together and really talking about what do we want to accomplish this year, mapping it out. If you go to our offices, you see probably like behind our doors, scrawled sheets, our worksheets from those days. And I think as I go around and look at those sheets, I think we pretty much have touched every one of them. So thank you to my administrative team at the cabinet level, and thank you to the entire administrative team who led an incredible amount of work, really continued to drive forward in not only COVID recovery, but continue with the inspiring a standard of excellence in ways that I think are just incredibly meaningful to kids. So thank you to them and to our teachers who delivered that as well. Okay, I don't have any further report tonight. I think we've covered a lot of ground.
All right. I guess next we have committee reports. It's 9:30, so maybe brief.
I can give
reports.
very brief committee reports. So the Finance Committee met on Friday, June 9th, and we have had a full meeting to talk about one of our primary agenda items, which was the Village of Pelham pilot, so I don't think we need to touch on that. Jim will be covering, and also your board materials covered fund balances and balance projections, but those have shifted, so the updated materials are in the board materials. We also had a chance to recap the budget process, talking specifically about next year, how board feedback can be given earlier in the process, and what the timeline should look like for the Finance Committee. So that was a pretty straightforward meeting, about an hour. And then immediately after that, we had the Audit Committee meeting, where we had our auditors join us, and they outlined the plan for the audit this summer, and that has already, they're coming tomorrow. Okay, so I was going to say it already started. They are quite familiar with Jim, with Jackie, with the business office, and so we're anticipating that will be the same kind of timeline with the audit coming in the fall. There were no internal audit items, specific items for discussion, so we didn't go deep into there. We reviewed the claims audit report, and also not anything very significant there, but they look at particular areas of the work, and so they'll be continuing to do that as well too. And we will be moving forward with the recommendation is to move forward with the auditors. And Jim, I'm sure, will cover that in his update. Great. Okay.
We had authentic learning last week. I won't, some of the topics were touched on, but I just wanted to mention that we had a really great discussion about branching minds that kind of brought to life how that will be so useful for teachers in terms of pulling together all the data sources that we currently collect. No platform's perfect, but it's doing a lot to help show teachers how very specific interventions are working or not working, and a great tool for them. And what was really exciting to me was hearing about the follow-up to the Tri-States visit. This goes back to my comment about change happening very slowly. It was also a very reflective experience to hear all of the successes and to hear Dr. Callahan talk about our science program. So often people say, well, how do we know our science department's doing so well when, it's not enough to say that we had X number of science research students going to Regeneron. It shows the depth of excellence in that department in particular, how thorough the process has been, how intentional, and how well they've brought authentic learning to life. And, again, in reflecting, it's been years of discussions to come to the amazing outcome that was displayed in that report. And so I reached out to Jackie, and that was one of the reasons why I was calling, was just to say that I think it would be really useful for the board to hear that report. It was like, there was so much goodness in it. It's 45 slides. It doesn't have to be 45 slides of a report, but there's just such a wealth of information that I think a lot of you are looking for. And for me, it was a walk down memory lane, but I think for you, it will fill in a lot of key information to understand what's really going on. That's just my 2 cents. You can say whatever you want in your update.
Okay, we'll move on to the update on authentic learning.
That's your segue.
There's a nice segue, right? Thank you. So we have concluded our Regents administration for this school year. We do not have end of year data ready for presentation just yet, partially because the teachers are just finishing up grading, which is in part due to the fact that some of the Regents conversion charts just got dropped this week, including the one for US, which was on June 1st. We did have an Authentic Learning Committee meeting on June 13th, where Dr. Callahan presented about our most recent Tri-States Consortium visit. And in thinking about the idea of making it available to more folks, and also considering the fact that we will be preparing for our next round of Tri-States review, I think that in the fall it will be a good idea to have a work session where we use this presentation or a version of this presentation to kind of really highlight the work that our science department has done K-12, and also acclimate everyone to the process of Tri-States moving forward. I'm not ready to announce yet what our topic for the next round is, but I have my sights on something in particular. I'm also looking forward to talking a little bit more about Branching Minds, what it is able to do, what it hasn't really been able to provide for us, some of the perks, some of the limitations. But I do feel confident at this point that it is a very useful tool, especially in the MTSS process. Part of a theme and variation of the evening has been the speed at which education turns. And Branching Minds really does help to speed up the process in identifying and intervening kids who are struggling, and do it in a very focused way. So we're looking forward to being able to fully roll out Branching Minds in the fall. And I did a year in review, kind of highlighted some of those pros and cons that have become apparent to us throughout the course of the year, but did demonstrate that on the whole, our kids have grown since the beginning of the school year. Over the summer, we will be making sure that we are very busy in my office, which won't be difficult. I will be reviewing all of the end-of-year data from K to 12 and seeing what the trends are and where our areas of focus need to be as I plan for, with our leadership, the professional development and in-service needs of our teachers. We're looking at bringing back some in-service credit opportunities for teachers throughout the course of the year so that they can earn credits towards salary bumps, which aren't necessarily part of a master's program, and also don't require substitutes. So it kind of helps with making sure that professional development is ongoing, but isn't something that has a downside for us, or certainly something that is at a cost to the teacher. There's curriculum writing happening. With the registrar, we have already begun, but we'll really sit down, and I told her June 28th is the day that we could sit down and do this, and really, really look closely at the registration process and make sure that we are doing everything exactly the way that we're supposed to be doing, so that we are at once not breaking any laws, but are also being very careful about the requirements that people bring us in order to meet residency requirements. I will be working on the remote learning policy, which has to go to the policy committee by September. Yep, so that'll be this summer. Creating with the directors a calendar for student assessment administration. Computer-based testing happens mandatory in 5th and 8th grade, so we have to make sure we have a plan for that rollout, and planning to have students ready to use the devices for tests. We have superintendent's conference day to plan. I said June 28th with the registrar because June 27th is the administrative retreat here, so I'm kind of busy with that between now and then, but then we have the administrative retreat in August. We are going to be reviewing the information we got about space, so that, not space, but space, to make furniture purchases so that, you know, the right furniture is in the right room and the right grade level. And of course, we have our annual grant applications that need to be completed by, I think I saw August 31st, the ones that have become available so far, so that should keep me a little busy some days.
Okay, thank you. Next is update on the whole child.
So in terms of special education, as we come to the close of the year, we're going to be finalizing remaining documents, and they will be mailed to parents in the coming weeks if you haven't received them already. We've done over 320 CSE meetings, almost 100 504 meetings, so a lot of work was done in that realm. And again, thank you to all of the staff that support that work, clerical and teachers and administrators. I did meet with as shared, we have a small extended school year program through special education. I met with the staff twice last week, once with the teachers and then again with all the related staff to prepare for the program. Welcome letters went out to the parents at the end of the week. Transportation's been set up, so that's all ready to go. We have furniture that we move over to the middle school so that our little ones fit. So we're well positioned to get going. We start July 3rd. We start a week later than Summer Stars. I had the opportunity to meet with the incoming SEPTA co-presidents last week, Ms. Catherine Cohn and Ms. Amanda Palercio. They shared their preliminary thoughts about what their goals were and how we are going to be working together next year. We spent some time talking about, from their lens, what they think parents need some more information and clarity on. In regard to the CSE process, we talked about ideas for parent workshops and how to continue to develop SEPTA's growing membership. So we'll meet again over the summer, set our meeting schedule for the year, so I'm very excited to be working with them. Today, Dr. Ribeiro, Mr. Lau, and I met with our ICT consultant. We started to talk about our planning for next year and what the focus of that work will be. We are planning to use some time over the summer with, I think, money that's available for professional development to focus on our 8th grade co-teaching teams, specifically in earth science. We want to do some work there. We're going to expand this year. The secondary consultant worked primarily with 6th grade co-teachers. Next year, we'll be working with all of the co-teachers in middle school. So we're planning for the days that we need to map out that work. And we will continue with the co-teach work at the elementary school. We know we have a new cohort coming in kindergarten and in 4th and 5th grade. In regards to our counseling department, the high school counseling department is finishing up with their year-end activities, getting ready for graduation, double-checking grades, watching Regent scores as they come in, as that relates to graduation and moving on to next year. On June 12th, 13th, and 14th, the 5th graders from each elementary school came to visit the middle school. They were escorted by middle school counselors on that day, and that gave students the opportunity to meet some of the adults that would be supporting them next year as they transition to middle school and got a glimpse of their new home for the next 3 years. Just some important dates from the counseling department. In middle school, Wednesday, August 30th will be the orientation/scavenger hunt for the rising 6th graders. On Thursday, August 31st is the new student orientation for those students in middle school. August 25th is when the portal opens in high school for the high schoolers to view their 23-24 schedule. And August 29th will be freshman orientation for the rising 9th graders. And just in nursing, I had my final nurse department meeting last week. We finalized the year-end procedures and started to think about opening in September and what we're going to need to get ready for that. Letters are going to be mailed home, if they haven't already, by the end of the year from the nursing department, letting those parents for whom new physicals are going to be needed for next year. It's based on grade level, so it's K1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11. Parents would really try to get those physicals in. If we don't have a physical by December, we will work with our district medical director to provide physicals for any families that might need them. And just also in terms of our district medical director, he will be in over the summer on August 16th and 21st to do sports clearance for physicals for the 23-24 school year for those students who need to be cleared them to play in the fall. So in the PPS department, we already are getting ready for September, even though June hasn't ended. We will continue as well to work on professional development plans for special education staff over the summer, working with, again, Dr. Ribeiro and Mr. Lau on what that's going to be. We'll be working on setting up also 504 trainings for next year. And myself as well, like Alice, I have grants that will be due that will have to be written as well in preparation for next year in the world of special education. So just thank you to everyone, and I just want to take the opportunity to wish the staff and families a very restful summer, the board as well, although I will see you at reorg one more time. So everybody enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is update on human resources and leadership.
I won't, I'll be brief. So obviously, everyone's busy this summer. The main part of my responsibility is making sure that we're fully staffed with faculty and support staff for September. We also get involved with submitting APPR data to the state. We're going to prepare for negotiations with our units coming up this year. As mentioned earlier, we are developing a survey instrument about a sense of belonging to our faculty and staff this fall. We are going to explore our onboarding processes, especially ways to include district safety measures, preparing new staff that happen not just at the beginning of the year, but throughout the year. Help them working with our kids, develop a new process for evaluating substitute teachers, review any new state mandates or federal mandates that may come about that may impact our realm, look at professional learning experiences for our leadership team, and then, of course, making sure that we are in compliance with our practices and policies to improve the effectiveness of HR in the district.
Great, thank you. And update on finance and facilities.
Hi, good evening. And some of this, to quote the great Yogi Berra, will sound like deja vu all over again. But again, as we work to close out the school year, we're certainly working to support all of our departments and my colleagues. Again, as Steve mentioned, we work on negotiations. We're working hand in glove there. Surveys that need to be reported to the state, we're certainly making sure that those are done on the finance side. With summer school, we're working on transportation for our students to make sure that they can get there, those that need it, and also the transportation for the beginning of the school year, moving our furniture over to this site so that our students have a warm classroom at the beginning of the year. And safety-wise, we are working. We've created an onboarding document which we're working with the personnel office on, and I think it's going to be very helpful for all of our staff as a tool and resource moving forward. That goes back to our safety planning. Safety planning, we're working towards, again, closing out this year, of course, and then looking towards next year, beginning of the school year, working on our training cycle. Starting off the year, we want to have CPR, AED, Narcan, and EpiPen training for our staff, our safety and security staff, our medical staff, and then we're working on putting together a rotating training plan throughout the year for our staff and working with our building emergency response teams. And again, that goes with transportation. Again, all of that work that has to happen. Some of our summer facilities workers have started, which is great. The college students who are available right now, we put them to use, and we're happy to have them. They look tired. Started yesterday. They look tired today. That means we're doing a good job. And again, we're really fortunate to have them. They do a really terrific job, and I think the board will have an opportunity to see the fruits of that labor when we do the school tours at the beginning of the school year. We're excited about that. And then we just have other facilities work that we're going to be moving forward with during the year, some interior projects, floor renovations, painting, lights, ceilings, all those things that happen. It's kind of like the 2-month punch, crunch here that we have to get everything done. Sue mentioned we had finance committees and audit committees on the 9th. With the audit committee, we did talk about the pre-work that's being done, and we had the pre-meeting with our external auditor for the upcoming audit. They've sent us plenty of requests for information, which we've pulled, and some of their field work will begin tomorrow. And that's the pre-work, and then they'll be back again in July to do the greater part of that audit. So we're moving forward there. We also issued a public RFP, received a response from PKF O'Connor Davies. Once their engagement, they're finishing up their engagement for their next engagement, and the committee recommended moving forward with them. That'll come forward to the full board at the reorganizational meeting. So that's not for this evening. And I think it's also important to share and thank our community volunteers, Maria Tiso, Kelly Alto, and Todd Tuasso, who volunteered as audit committee members, and we certainly appreciate their time and their expertise in participating on that audit committee this year. And we're very fortunate to have them, again, take the time and do that work for the district. We also had a finance committee meeting on the 9th. We talked about a lot of different things. We touched on the pilot, which took up a large part of our time, and I won't take up any more of the board's time with that. We did talk about the end-of-year forecast, and then we talked about some of the items that are on this evening's agenda, which are related to resolutions related to end of year. And so right now, we looked at our forecast. Right now, the forecast looks to be about $990,000 as of May 31st. Again, these are forecasts. The numbers aren't final. It isn't over till it's over. We'll go back to Yogi Berra on that one. So those numbers could be higher or could be lower. Some of the discussion that we had at the Finance Committee was, well, what's driving this? What's driving the surplus? What were your major players in the year? And I think the real standout for this particular year was our income related to interest income. And when we look at when the budget was set last year, again, the district receives income based on our deposits. And at the beginning of the year, we kind of based our budget based on our prior experience, the year prior to that, which is a little bit over $10,000. And this year, we set the budget at $7,500. And what we found is, obviously, was what we all have heard, the interest rates have risen. That's created a higher interest rate environment for deposits. And this year, we're expecting or forecasting our interest income to be about $920,000. So just an explosion of revenue that, again, you're looking about 18 months prior to now, we couldn't have forecasted. Next question, if you'd want to ask, is have we taken care of that for next year? Yes, we've made updates to next year's budget to account for that. But as we look at this year's year-end operating results of $990,000, and you look at kind of where we are with their interest income, obviously most of that is driven by our interest income that we're forecasting. One of those other items that's in there is we have about a $200,000 revenue stream that we're expecting from FEMA for COVID-related expenses, which we filed in November. We've not yet received those revenues. If we don't, those could get carried over to next year. But as of now, those are forecasted in the budget. So absent those two revenue sources, you're looking at a slight operating deficit. Remember, we budgeted some fund balance into the budget, so if you have that deficit, that operating deficit, that's when your fund balance gets driven down. Year over year, as you look at the books, though, it looks like about $1 million increase, again, according to the forecast of May 31st, increase year over year. The next question I think you may want to say is, what are we doing with this money? And I think as part of the budget cycle, the board and the community accepted a project of $2 million to replace the HVAC units and to do the playground renovations at our elementary schools. So $2 million should be expected to be drawn down from those fund balances next year. So again, there's some money going in, about $1 million going in, but you could expect $2 million of that to come out. And this evening, there's just a number of draft recommended allocations for fund balance. They're required as part of the year-end work that we do. It has to do with kind of the allocations into our reserves for our tax certiorari's, our TRS sub-funds, our ERS reserves, our EBLI, which is Employee Benefit Accrued Liability Reserve. And again, these are all part of our year-end work. When you look at it, you'll see some of these resolutions state an amounts up to a certain amount. In actuality, depending on year-end results, there could be much less than that allocated into that amount. But these resolutions provide those corridors for which those monies to be placed, and then for the board to have a plan for those funds in the subsequent budget year. So it's, again, these are resolutions that we move forward to the board every year as part of our year-end planning process. We went over it with our finance group, and then independently with certain finance committee members, we also had conversations to gain greater understanding and scope of how the inflows and the outflows of those funds work. It's a lot, though, and when you look at a budget, the budget resolutions, there's just quite a bit of them there. So I think it's important to understand it.
So in terms of, if I may sort of play back to you a little bit, what you just said. So when you look at where we're ending the year versus the budget, we're about $1 million surplus, right? We're about $1 million ahead. Were it not for $1 million-ish of unanticipated revenue income, then we would effectively be break even on an operating basis.
That's
more,
yes.
broadly break even, plus or minus, I don't know, $10,000 or something, a relatively immaterial amount. So that $1 million that is surplus is now what, like in the many sort of resolutions that are on the agenda tonight, those are redistributing that $1 million to various kind of places in the general fund balance that will then increase, or the fund balances, that will then increase our kind of reserves, our general fund, our debt service fund, cumulatively by about $1 million, by about $1 million. Okay. I just want to make sure I have my head around it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And which I think will bring our total general and debt service funds from about $23.3 million to $24.4 million. But then $2 million of that is allocated towards the capital improvements.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess the only other thing that I just want to make sure that I'm kind of articulating correctly is another component of this is the debt service fund balance, or the debt service that was allocated this year. We are rolling that over to next year to reduce the impact on taxes. That's also true.
That's a very good way to summarize it, yes.
Okay. Thanks. I just want to make sure I had my head around it. So another $1 million to kind of park in various places, and you're doing that in a way that allows us to, have the maximum optionality of how we use it when we start getting into budget discussions, probably sooner than we think. And that's what I'm taking from this. Thanks.
Thank you, yes.
So there's no money's going to be taken out of the debt reserve fund for this budget?
For the current year, we don't anticipate needing any of it, and that's what allowed us to be able to roll that forward and use that to lower the anticipated tax increase.
And what was budgeted to come
I
out?
think 1.9 was budgeted.
So where did that money come
1.955.
from?
So
The
the
1.9?
debt service fund monies are generated from unspent bond funds.
But how are we paying the 1.9 if it didn't come from the debt
Right, so
reserve fund?
we didn't need, when we dropped the budget, we have all of our anticipated expenses and all of our funding sources for it. When that budget was generated, we anticipated using 1.9 of that, which is kind of like 1.9 of your savings account, and then another amount of about 800,000 of fund balance, like ERS and TRS fund balance. Based on the operating results, we don't anticipate needing to draw those down, and that places us in a more favorable position to roll the debt service forward a year, again, so you don't have to tax for it. And then that unused funds for the fund balance, then same idea. It's not used, and then it's made available, and it's able to be reallocated.
Jim, one of the things that I always think about too is we try to match the contingency with
with the use of reserves. So if we don't go into the contingency, we don't need to rely
Generally,
on it.
yes. I
You know,
mean,
we
we've got
try
a-
to pair those together.
We've got about a 2% contingency, expenditure contingency.
Mhm.
So again, if you, it's not matched 1-to-1.
Right.
But certainly.
In the same neighborhood.
It gets you in that range.
Right.
We're certainly using, we're using more debt service fund than 2% of our budget this year as a funding source.
Right, and just reiterating that having a 2% contingency is like a standard practice for budgets.
It's
Yeah.
been as long as I've been here, and before I got here, that was a standard practice.
Mhm.
I think at one point in time, it was just kind of less formalized, and I think through one of the board's budget cycles, there was a decision and a request to make it more formal.
Mhm.
And at that point in time, I think it seems to be a very good financial standard to have. And then, as I've shared a number of times in the budget meeting, we place those contingent dollars in different accounts, and then we share that with the board, so the board's aware of how that 2% is made up and the budget lines that it sits in.
Only other thing I would mention is, actually on that slide there, this summer, I believe you'll be kind of closing out the bond project.
I hope so.
I
didn't mean to
hope so
sound
for your
that
sake too.
desperate. I hope so,
And out of that, there may be funds that can be sort of used to, well, I guess will be deposited in the debt service fund, so that debt service may go up.
We hope for it to be, and we anticipate there to be a replenishment. I think we've been fairly judicious in the application of those bond funds. We've had some favorable bonding environments and certainly budgetary years. So we anticipate that there'll be some dollars that will be able to flow down into that debt service fund. And again, those monies can then be used to turn back to the resident taxpayer or the property taxpayers to be used to keep the tax rate lower.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So, just because it's one of our board goals for the year was to understand our reserve balances.
Mhm.
So, and I guess this is it right now. Right? So, if everything had been done as budgeted with the debt reserve fund, then we would have had that 1.9
Yes.
additional surplus from the general operating.
So if the, I hope I'm answering the right question. If I haven't, I apologize. So if we had gone exactly to budget, we would have drawn down whatever, $1,955,000 in debt service fund. We would have only had then another $200,000 available to be applied to the current budget. And then in order to fund that, the board's mechanism for that would be taxation.
But if we did it according to the budget, the surplus for the year would be the 1.9 plus the 900,000 of interest.
I'm not sure I understand.
Shall I
If,
answer?
please.
I think if we had spent that 1.9, then I think the surplus would still be the $1 million, but we just would not be able to roll that 1.9 forward to this year or to the coming year to offset taxes. So does that?
But where would the 1.9 have come from if it didn't come from the debt reserve fund?
Well, the 1,955 comes from the debt service fund. That sits separate than the other reserves from the debt service fund.
But that was money that had to be paid, right? So we had to pay 1.955 in
Right.
interest, bond, interest, or?
Well, the 1,955 was going to be applied towards debt service payments. So because we didn't have a need to draw it down, we had sufficient revenues to fund it.
But what were those revenues?
We didn't draw it down. Well, it's all of our revenues, but the driver, as I shared, the largest driver in our revenues this year is certainly interest income. And then we're over and under on many different revenues. What was another good one? Sales tax is another one, I think, where we overperformed slightly. Those types of revenues.
Taxes are our biggest revenue.
Our taxes come in, we provide a warrant to the tax collector, and the tax collector matches that to that warrant. Anything extraordinary. That accurate, Jackie? I've been in other in municipalities where certainly you have the warrant, but then things can get added during the year. That's not the approach here. That's just not the way it is in New York. It's you establish the warrant, and the tax collector provides the warrant of that amount.
Okay, so between taxes, sales tax, state aid, interest, there was enough to pay the debt payments and have 900,000
Yes.
extra.
Right. So we didn't have to draw down the 1955 or the other 820 of the ERS or the regular reserves fund balance. So it's favorable for sure. And again, that interest income really kicked in. I wish I'd known we'd see a 500 basis point increase 18 months ago. I could have made some moves, but I think we all could have if we had known that. I'd pick a lot of numbers then. Okay, thank you.
So just in terms of all the resolutions or motions we're voting on, it's really to distribute the $1 million surplus into different places. That's
990.
Sorry, the 990. Yeah.
That's correct, and it's really just the detail is in each of those reserve buckets that you see, and I provided the detail behind which one the detail of the use of each one and how you can fund each one of those too. It was in my backup, so you could certainly see all of that in the history of the funding of those. And if you have any questions, certainly, I love talking about this stuff.
And Jim, if I remember correctly, this is creating the pathway to allocate the funds. And then later in August, usually, is the actual.
So when the audit's complete and the
Right.
books are closed, then the auditors, we know that these corridors are established, and then they pretty much do the draft audit. If the board sees something, let's say, between now and reorganization that is vastly different from this, I think it's important that we know this, because if you get to September and everybody's worked along these guidelines, and then you get to September, there's a lot of rework that would have to be done at that point in time. But
We don't expect that to happen. Just
Right,
wanted to
just-
make clear. This is creating the corridor.
Again, it's
and then there will
created-
be a final
it's- Right,
allocation.
it's kind of just what we have to do every year. It's part of the planning for our year end. And again, we're forecasting this, not that I'm saying $1 million is small, but relatively, it's not a huge surplus, but it's a good surplus, and you want to end the year in a general, you don't want to end it in a deficit situation. A surplus is not something that should be looked at as a bad thing. It's favorable. And it gives the board options and the community options to apply those dollars at a later date.
I guess, any questions about the tax cert? That's the other, we're voting on some of that.
Well, it's also about, again, providing the creation of the latest bucket for the 2022 tax certiorari reserve. Again, every year, taxpayers have the option of appealing their taxes. So what we've done is we've got a reserve for every year. The most current now is the 2022 one. We have, with that information now, we're recommending that you create and reserve monies for the 2022 appeals that have been filed by taxpayers. And again, as you look at it, and we talked about it a little bit in Finance Committee, the dollar amount is going up for tax reserves. The liability, or the amount claimed in tax relief has increased. But as a percentage of total claims, that percentage has actually gone down. So
Do we know how many appeals in the prior year, what the total amount was? Order of
I'd have to go
magnitude?
back and look at.
Even
at
order
each
of
year.
magnitude, like is it 5 digits, 6 digits?
I think you're in the close to $20 million range, I believe. If you give me a second, I'll look.
The tax appeals in Pelham?
For claims.
The
For claims.
Total claims.
liability, right?
Again, I want to make sure we,
But that involves big commercial properties too,
Oh,
not
great.
just like
Yeah,
the
okay,
homestead.
that include commercial? I was like,
Yeah.
man.
Like if every, I think
Much
if,
bigger than whatever your address is.
Right, so I mean, as you look at, I don't want to give total claims, just certainly it came as part of communication through council.
Yeah.
But as you look at total claims, from tax certiorari's. It's north of $20 million.
And those are claims, that's
Claims.
just people
Yeah,
just,
My
logging
question
it.
was how many, what have we seen that have won, that have actually?
Oh, I mean, you look at our resolution rate, we're lower than that. I think this year, again, as a volume, there's few that were resolved this year, and during COVID, not
Okay.
many were resolved either. But this year, we resolved very few, and it was about $36,000.
Okay,
worth.
all right, that's,
Yeah.
okay, back in the realm of the, okay, that
Yes.
sounds good.
And again, as Mr. Treve said, those are claims, right? It's not, and those are legal claims. So again, we could certainly have our tax counsel come in too, and we share that counsel with the town of Pelham, if the board would like a later primer on that too.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
All good?
All good, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any further communications, comments? No? All right, let's, I mean, I think we had a pretty thorough discussion of all those items. Maybe we can do 6.1 through 6.20 as a consent agenda.
Wow.
So moved.
Second.
Anything that we want to point out here?
I would just add, I know Dr. Bowman we spoke about the calendar last time, so we're bringing that, those changes that were discussed last time for the board's approval. The business items that were already discussed, appointment of a hearing officer for disciplinary hearings, and a couple side letters. The one I think is worthy of note, we've got on here tonight the school culture coach, which was a redesign of the DEI coordinator, and that would create a position so that each school could have a school culture coach to support the work of cultural competence.
And we're appointing our facilitators for the board
Yes,
retreat.
yes, thank you, I missed that
Susan
one.
Gwinny and
Yep.
Deborah Races,
Yep.
yeah.
Our July 7th board retreat, that's Dr. Guiney and Debbie Razis. And thank you all for scheduling appointments too. I think we've got almost everybody booked at this point. Great.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? No. 6.21 is a motion to accept donation. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Okay, I'll read this. Resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent, the Board of Education does hereby accept the monetary donation of $19,351 for a grant 2308 sensory paths and rollout activities for all elementary schools, and that gratitude be bestowed upon its donor, the Pelham Education Foundation. And be it further resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent, the Board of Education does hereby accept the monetary donation of $35,179 for grant 2310, Chasing Space and Celebrating Learning in Our Community through Studying the Stars, and that gratitude be bestowed upon its donor, the Pelham Education Foundation. Sounds like a good one.
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay.
We'll take it.
Yeah, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? No. Okay, that brings us to policy monitoring. We have several for a first reading. A lot of these were just kind of mandatory reviews.
Correct, yeah, most of them were, require annual approval, very little change. So comprehensive student attendance, I believe we kept that the same with one code change. District investments, I don't believe we had no changes on that one to my recollection. Purchasing, just some little minor tweaks in language for clarity, thanks to our attorney who's there. Budget planning and development, the addition of one line near the beginning, adding, certainly looking for guided by direction of the Board of Education or designated committee. So the first three are required annually. Budget planning isn't, but that's one that we certainly discussed following the budget planning process. And then probation and tenure not required, but our policy was out of date, so this is an update to align it with the current APPR law. Trying to keep it quick and concise.
Yeah, this was pretty straightforward. Okay, so these are all first readings, so we'll take this up at our next meeting. Okay. Maybe we can move on to superintendent's personnel recommendations and do 8.1 through 8.3 as a consent agenda. If someone would like to make a motion.
So moved.
Seconded.
Any comments on?
We're starting the importance of some lead replacements and the recommended salaries for the non-represented staff.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. Okay, 9.1, motion to approve Schedule D. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. And 10.1 is new business. More communications and comments from the public? No. Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to them both. You will be missed.
Thank you.
We should have a celebratory drink, our first.
Best of luck for you.